Oh yeah. You boys know what time it is. Oh yeah. Oh, oh sorry about that. Yeah, everyone. It's gaming time. Uh, Fortnite. Yeah. We're not actually reading Higurashi. We're playing Fortnite. This is me photoshopping the start screen of Fortnite to Higurashi. Let's let's. Where are we dropping, boys? Yeah. Okay. Let's just go. Doing live Photoshop right now, bro. I'm ahead of the game. Also, hello, soldier. By the way, that thing you sent me earlier today,
ケイチ、
Jesus Christ, that was hilarious.
ケイチ、
放っておいてやれ。友達が行方不明になったんだ。気の毒にな。
Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
You got your guard cards? Ooh, nice.
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
Wow, 4 months? That's longer than 3.14159326533893383289502888.
Well, I guess they gave up. Thank you for the 4 months, Golden. You're a real gamer, bro. Thank you so much. Hi, Fukitos. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hope everyone's doing well today.
それよりも、こんな物騒な事態になったら、学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？
Hello, Suetan. Thank you for the lurk. Welcome. I think that's what that email means.
まったく、学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. Breakfast table, food in front of me, time and date, myself, I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night. We couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honesty, my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。やめようぜ。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだって、これが密会現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。 こんなところにいる間に、リカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go! Let's go! Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as it— oh my god! Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then, at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I, too, until my hands turned red, I clapped. And I clapped. Ding dong.
レナちゃんじゃない？いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet up with Reina.
ケイイチ。しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがと
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Reina. Can't stay, sadly. Date night. Ooh! Golden's putting the moves on somebody. Well, Golden, I hope you have a fantastic date.
おはよう。今日から集団登校だから。遅れちゃダメだよ。
That's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us.
う。俺さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
Probably go bowling. Ooh! Get some strikes. They let Reina in. Yes, god dang it, Golden. Get some strikes, get some turkeys. A turkey is something you do in bowling, right? I don't remember.
うん。
Reina answered shortly, nodding.
ケイチくんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。
Turkey is 3 strikes in a row. Okay, I knew that. I knew it. Well, I didn't know that was 3 strikes in a row, but I knew it was a bowling thing. You're gonna get some turkeys for us, right, Golden? You're representing Mochi. This is National Mochi Day. By the way, I'm not kidding about that. It really is National Mochi Day today. You're gonna get some turkeys to represent the Mochster, right? Hopefully.
だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。
National Mochi Day equals all gutter balls. No, dude. Come on. Man, Golden, you've been awfully rude to me lately. Besides the fact that you subbed for 4 months. I really appreciate that. I'm just kidding. But, you've been awfully rude to me lately now. You've got to get some turkeys for me. Oh, well, thank you for the pets.
あ、それからこれ回覧板お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
Man, stop trolling me, Golden. I can't do this. I can't, not like this. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache. You were a bad influence on me. What could I say? What do you mean I was a bad influence? I have never strayed anyone in the wrong path ever. I am a good boy.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。きっと見つかるから。
How do we tell her they're dead?
待ってよ。ね。
What do you mean, sus? I can't win. Even when I win, I lose. Reina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは、俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは、知ってるんだろ。俺があの晩。
西宮殿に忍び込んだこと、かな。
Whoa! Whoa, there's Whoa. Hello, Whoa. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Everybody go follow Whoa so I can be her first tier 3 sub, thanks. Haha! Yeah, that was faster. God, please don't be a sub. I will. I'm going to be the first one. I don't know what tier 3 even means. Tier 3 is like the one that pays $25 to be a sub. Like, the first tier is 5, second is 15, and then tier 3 is 25. So you get more money. That's too... No! No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go follow Whoa so I can give her $25. I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little. Just give me 5 cents and be done. No. I will not. I came here for Higurashi, not for sweet bullying. Well, you're getting both. Take it or leave it.
筒抜けなんだな。まったく、悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
No. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは、忍び込んだことよりも、それを隠していたことだと思うの。
Oh, tier 2 is $10. Okay. Do you even get anything for being in the higher tier? Nope. Not really. Well, you can, if the stream, the more emotes is only if the streamer chooses to add emotes into that. Some emotes, if the streamer chooses to put emotes for that. A streamer can entirely decide not to put anything in tier 2 and tier 3 and people can still sub to that and get nothing. Can Twitch fix that? I do think that is like a thing. I feel like Twitch should restrict certain people to tier 3 to... No, restrict people to tier 1 only. Restrict people to tier 1 only if they don't have emotes for tier 2 and tier 3. I feel like that would be fair. For example, I am a tier 1 sub to Mocha, so I have these emotes, plus the following ones. Yeah. I don't have any tier 2 or tier 3 emotes.
ケイチ君は自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
Like for example, if you subbed me on tier 1, you get every emote I have, basically. Now, you can sub on tier 2 and tier 3, but it'd be basically pointless unless you just really wanted to support me. Which, I feel like you should get something for subbing to tier 2 and tier 3. But Mochi has other emotes I cannot... No, I don't. I did have other emotes golden, but I removed that other one because I didn't really... I don't know, I wasn't a big fan of it. I'd like to restrict tier 2 and tier 3 subs, so... and maybe tier... Well, when you get affiliate, whoa, you can't restrict people to that. If people want to, they can sub to you for whatever tier they so please. There's nothing you can do about that. Yeah. Scary. It is scary. It is very scary. Should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I, myself, should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
レナの言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
ケイチくん。もしもだよ。もしもケイチくんが悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めて、みーちゃんに謝っていたら。
No, that's it, well. That's all you get. Just emotes. Like, for me, subbing to tier 3 is such a meme, bro. You are literally doing it for the meme. Like there's no reason to sub to tier 3. Honestly.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
The only reason people use tier 3, in my opinion, is not for emotes, but it's just because they like that streamer that much that they want to support them that much, in my opinion. I mean, 25 is not that bad monthly, and it helps people, so at least there's that. Well, yeah, okay, well there's that, whoa, but then you've got to add a bunch of other monthly costs like rent, food, gas, Netflix, like internet, electricity, water. Adding 25 for like a streamer that you watch occasionally, like very casually, is oof, you know, in my opinion at least. I don't know. Spicy, yep. I got the spicy takes, whoa. I got the spicy takes. That's what you're here for, right? I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Reina telling me right now, though? I am here only for spicy takes. That I should have admitted to my crime sooner. If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Some people have exclusive channels for tier 2 subs and tier 3 in the discords. I guess, but like I don't know. It just doesn't seem that worth it, dude. Unless you just really want to support them. Like that is what I feel like you should be subbing to tier 2 and tier 3 for. Is just because you like that streamer a lot and you just want to support them. But like what could they possibly have in those Discord channels that is like so worth 10 or $25, you know? Like I don't get it myself. I don't get it. I am old though. I am old. I'm getting in my years. I'm 23. I'm getting up in my years. Reina's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own. Baby, I am not a baby.
ああ。そうだ。
I am not a cub. I am Daddy Mochi. I have been called Daddy Mochi so often that it is starting to become true. I am Daddy Mochi. I am not a baby. I am not a cub. I am Daddy Mochi. I am. So follow Woe, everyone, get them to 50 followers. Yeah, okay, yeah, everyone follow Woe so we can get them to 50 followers. So we can go tier 3 to her. Please do not follow me. I don't know what to do. Daddy Mochi. Yeah. I'm Daddy. You can't call me baby. Why must I be in the trenches with y'all? Oof. Smack! The palm of Reina's hand slapped me in the cheek. Oof! I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰も、ケイチ君のことを叱らなかったと思う。
Can't I just be in the subpar 49 followers tier? Nope, we gotta get you to 50.
だから私が代わりにケイチ君を叱るね。
He pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Reina's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。それはわかる？
ああ。
返事ははいだよ。ケイチ君。
はい。
そして、もっと悪いのは、自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのは、とてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことは、もっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
はい。僕が、悪かったです。
For a few moments, Reina stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
じゃあ、もう時間だから。私は行くよ。
ああ。
回覧板、お母様に渡しておいてね。あと、回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
I bent down to pick up the notice which I dropped when she slapped me. Pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single more light-hearted page, with peaceful sentences dancing on it. You still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Wait! Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. That just confirms it. That confirmed it. That confirmed it. That confirmed it. That confirmed it. Motherfucking Mion killed them, or stole them. Because Reina gave us the theory that since they didn't have any soy sauce, that they have a lot of homemade soy sauce. Shut up. No. Reina gave the theory that since they ran out of soy sauce, someone called Rika and Satoko to come to their house to get soy sauce, and then no one ever saw them again. Fucking Sonozaki. The Sonozaki house has homemade soy sauce. Who else would have plenty of homemade soy sauce? It was them. It was them. It was them.
なんだ、これ。
Busted on homemade soy sauce. Yeah, basically. They picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. The oldest trick in the book. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other containers for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら、園崎家か。レナ。お前、ひょっとして、知ってたんじゃ。
Wait, what?
うん。知ってた。
Reina had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared. Didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Why do I have 5 followers? I don't even stream. Who are they? Well, one of them is me. and another one is Woe. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. Is there a way to check to see if I was... I don't think there is. It's a weak, feeble attempt to try and get back to you. Bro, I somehow got 50 followers and I don't even stream. Hey, yeah, you do stream. No. Soldier streams. Hold on. Let me do the soldier shout out real quick. I haven't done that in a while. Guys, please go follow Soldier. Thanks. Nope, not stopping. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. The third one is Nebi, but who are the other 2? I don't know. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort's store managed by the Sonozaki family? It's just me and my 3 other accounts. Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。
Oh shit. Well, Keiichi's dead. Well, chat, it was nice knowing Keiichi. Well, guess he's got to go.
謝ってくるよ。
I don't know if that's gonna help you, Keiichi. I'll be real honest.
もう全部終わりにしてもらう。
Yeah, that's not working.
ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. Man, if only I could delete... If I could delete mod messages, I would delete the Nightbot message. Well, you can't. Yeah, Keiichi, good idea. That'll go well. put on my shoes and slipped past Reina to exit the house. I'll just ask her to stop sacrificing when she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
Oh. Man, why is Reina so good in this timeline? Man, Reina was like a crazy bitch in the first chapter, but in this timeline she's so sweet. And she's like an actually good person. What is happening? Unmod Nightbot so I can delete the messages. Nope, not doing it.
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
学校なんかより、もっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来るな。この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Reina didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチくんまでいなくなったら、私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Oh.
だから、ケイチくんだけを行かせない。
Oh. Reina argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
Reina nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. Man, I've got to give respect to the attempt, bro. But I'm gonna be real with you. You and Reina are both going into the freaking the pits of Hades. With Reina following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san.
いやあ、おはようございます。前原さん。それから竜宮さんも。朝から羨ましいですね。
What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. And this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、竜宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか？
うん。ケイチ君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
I was redeemed to go back to Bayer, go back to OG 5K. Huh? Did someone redeem that? Or... Oh, shoot. Didn't miss anything, did I? Man, there you go. Oh, god dang it.
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか？ここで立ち話します？それとも車の中でしますか？
車の中でします。
This is a very different scenario. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Reina was. At Reina's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. Continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したら、なんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Damn, we didn't. Oh, he was trying to trick me. Oh, okay. No, it's very. Sorry, Golden, but it's very obvious for me when someone redeems something. Sorry. If I wasn't saving my points, I would redeem it. Oh, goodness. Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course, I don't feel better. Price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. Amir, who's dead? No one yet. Well, okay, actually, that's wrong. Oh wait, shoot, let me do this real quick. By the way, Ark, I did see your message on Discord. I just, every time, oh my god. I did see that. I'll talk to you about that after stream, if that's okay. Because I gotta go through my library and stuff like that. But how you doing, Ark? It's worth the shot. Oh my god, go. People that's dead. No worries, my dude. We'll talk later. Yeah. People that's dead. Shion is dead, pretty much. I know that much. Shion, the mayor, Rika, and Satoko, they're all dead. Pretty much. They're either dead or they're going to be killed. We know that. So they are all pretty much... You might as well just consider them dead, is what I'm going to look at it as. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. Oh, is that lyrics? Ew. Arms itchy. Stop! Don't shout me out of my own stream. His radio started to emit static. Oh my god.
はい、もしもし。大石です。
学校に先ほど欠席するとの連絡があったそうです。園崎家前は動きなし。標的はまだ邸内です。
はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
了解しました。
Yeah, it's a song. Oh, okay, I got you. Well, you're not using the best song lyrics, don't you know? Get the lyrics from WAP, baby. Those are the best lyrics. Very powerful.
先ほど応援が到着。起動しました。あと、課長は大石さん探
Whap, 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 whap. Best song is clearly clean up everybody everywhere.
私のとこにも連絡がつき次第ってさっきから何回もうるさいですけど、どうします？
答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
The radio grew silent.
いや、失礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今、園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
ありゃん？そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？
Yeah, it was loud as hell. We all heard it.
そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Oishi-san had suspected me on for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査も、とにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて。令状がなくちゃ、私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
大石さんって、ひょっとして。
Reina's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから。圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
レナ、それは、どういう意味だ？
この人は、私の想像通りなら、とても卑劣な人。
人聞きが悪いですね。
Gotta go to date now. Alright, go and have fun. Everyone that doesn't know, Golden's going on a date with his lady friend. His girly friend. Ooh, he's got himself a girly friend. They're gonna go bowling. They're gonna get turkeys in the mochi name. Ooh la la, yeah. Have fun, go. Yup.
でも、お説は拝聴しますよ。
Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Reina, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comments slide. His friend who was also a whammon. Yep.
あなたは、令状が取れないけれど、みーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。圭一君を焚きつけて、園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして、圭一君に何かがあれば、それを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょう。
I only understood about half of what Reina was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me.
その結果、圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに。恥知らず！これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたもんです。いやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？刑事課配属の推薦状、書いてあげてもいいですよ。
卑劣感。
Reina spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
でも、結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Reina. With things that this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな？
ううん。そんなの待ちません。私たちが行って、みーちゃんを自首させます。
Yeah, like that's gonna work. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。
It won't.
下手すりゃ、あなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I declared.
そんなのは、覚悟の上です。
Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized that this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったなら、それを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないように、ぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら、これが万が一の時の保険になるの。万が一の時の。
Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。大石より熊ちゃんへ。お友達が二人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。
Let's go!
お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Reina nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Alright guys, we're going to confront Mion. What's gonna happen? Probably gonna die! Again! Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。
I need to sleep, but I gotta see the Mion confrontation. Oh no, you can go to bed. Whoa, the VODs are still gonna be up, and I'm gonna be uploading everything to YouTube, so you'll be fine. Go ahead, go sleep. You won't miss anything. No!
でもご安心を。
We're watching it live.
何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。今さら信じないでしょうが、できることなら、あなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今更だな。
With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう。ケイチ君。
Raina took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been.
レナは、ミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
うん。何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Big enough to fit in the mountain. It was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could take a look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there and along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen, Jesus Christ!
この森、いや、山か。まるまる庭なのか。
庭というか、領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから。散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there are security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Reina smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother? In a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな。
Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fist. As the clang of a bolt being released, the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Oh shit.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
There she is.
二人とも学校は？
Nope. Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも？二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Reina.
行こう。
Reina smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gates of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ。でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw a hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Reina gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチくん、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to be worried about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone, and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石は何だ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was there. Reina noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
え？あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。代々語り継いでるのか、季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから、靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。ま、上がって上がって。
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, you could still feel an elegance to the place. Mayon seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ？隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ？あれは羨ましいよな。冬場は暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？ひなみ沢は。井戸は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
Oh, she hitting on you? I want to live in your house. Ooh. Oh Lord, I don't know if that's what we should be worried about right now, Ark.
ケイチくん知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。
Romance over possibly getting murdered.
大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。
I don't make the rules.
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa, was that a bad place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, this place got plenty of snow, so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow!
地理の授業で習ったでしょ？日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでもなんでもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
I kinda like the cold, honestly.
これは、今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Neon laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら、雪中行軍やら。ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
Mount Redhorn.
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。雪が降ってんだから、ぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。
Oof!
ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。
はうじゃねえ。
I said old things with a cross chopped to the head.
盛り上がってるな。壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
Uh-oh. Have you played Yakuza Like a Dragon? I have no idea what that is. But welcome, Droplock. Hope you're having a good day. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Reina's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Reina's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. And there was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Reina and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ。召し上がれ。
Couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy. So weird to walk into someone's house and know they have sacrificed people. I know, right?
毒なんか入ってないよ。
Hey, let's get some tea before talking about the sacrificing.
そこまで信用ないかな。心外だね。
Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. What were you expecting would happen? We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. Ah no, we made our sacrificing killer... Oh no, we made our sacrificer killer friend mad. No, no. That was, however, the one thing that we didn't want to do. And so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも。客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの？そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Raina and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Raina opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん。わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな？
You're a bitch. Imagine he opens up with that.
お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。
You suck. Katie's like, Mion, first of all, you are so cringe. Sacrificing people, that is absolutely cringe, bro. Not cool. Mion, you are so not punk tip.
ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。
That's not very cash money of you.
味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Bull, Mion is the poggiest. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオ。まず、謝ることがある。
No shit.
ケイちゃんが？何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but had clearly gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、俺は、神社の、祭具殿に、入ったんだ。
I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でも、ほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで、悪気はなかったんだよ。でも、いけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. She is a twin and yet has done no twin gags, like finishing each other's sentences and standing awkwardly on either side of someone. So true, Wo. I admit it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。
Is he really going to have his face down near an assumed murderer? Why are you like this, Katie? Well, Reina's right next to him, so.
いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
What is she gonna do? Apparently you didn't see chapter 1, whoa. Reina is a crazy bitch. I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれたなら。それでいいよ。郷に入りては郷に従えって、昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう、何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが、謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん。ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな
私は真剣だよ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
見えるよ。
Reina was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. And though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Reina isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
I'd known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ。おととい、リカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
覚えはないけど。そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間。リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持って、お裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのに、お醤油がなかった。そして、流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も、瓶ごとなかった。
Detective Reina is here, yeah!
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんは、リカちゃんを、隠してしまった。
You can only eat chilled tofu with soy sauce. It actually makes no sense to eat it without. Mion's like, there's no way I got found out about some damn soy sauce, bro. This is actually not happening to my murder plan. Reina hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want us to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして、本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。
Imagine a Scooby-Doo villain who gets busted thanks to soy sauce.
みーちゃんにとっては。
It's one of the great rules of mysteries. The soy sauce holds all the answers.
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
Jesus, that was a big breath.
そして、さとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん。きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんは、ちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だから、さとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ。どんな感じでかな。
Mion prodded Reina on, as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was a really slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Reina was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど、食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来て、もう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ。電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで。
冷蔵庫に、さとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が、まるまる手つかずで、ラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. There was only soy sauce proof. It looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Reina.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど。冷蔵庫の中身が、みーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これは。
Uh-oh. 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 Dips finger in soy sauce and smacks fingers together. By Jove, I know the murderer. God, Ark. You just dip your pinky in it and you lick the pinky like, my God. It was you!
とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。
Uh-oh.
まさか、冷蔵庫の中身だけで、電話の内容まで見破るとは。
Reina licking the soy sauce like I know what they were feeling. It's all coming together.
参ったな。参った参った。
Uh-oh. As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if that were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ、大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこと、とんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオン、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Reina's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんも、みーちゃんが
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room had completely changed. Mion's expression also changed. Impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared. She became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now, I could believe it. Now, I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this were really a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。
Oh shit.
園崎本家当主跡継ぎ。ミヨンでございます。
Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut. We couldn't even answer her. All Reina and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お涼に代わりまして皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。皆様におかれましてはいろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Reina and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Reina gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? Didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみざわ村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
You gotta head out, but enjoy the rest of this arc. Oh, okay, thank you, Arc. Again, everybody, go and follow Arc. He's a very awesome VTuber, and I love watching his content. He's great at voice acting. He's just chill to be around. So please go and do that. And Arc, you have a good rest of your day. Reina nodded lightly, then shot me a glance, asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Inamizawa was once called Onigafuchi Village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. I firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。ふもとの村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditions things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で、滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように、あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃には、もう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは、否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか疫病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents were purified on the spot, they touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you get lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to the baseless slander, making Onigafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて、でも敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
ひどいね。そんなの
heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you'd be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though, I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は、自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。その神秘性で、麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, Myon smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、ひなみ沢村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。数え出したらキリがないくらい。夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん、帰らぬ者も多かった。それでも、男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous area.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう。そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Myon's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Zonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life. And that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity. I gotta really go to sleep. This confrontation is way too deep. I was hoping for more sharp knives. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. Go get you some sleep, Will. We'll see you around, okay? Get you the rest you need.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、 もう村人は気にしなかった。
Night night mochi. Night 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 whoa. I'm stuttering like a friggin' stutterer. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind the Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね。大活躍。
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Reina had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが缶詰疑惑でした。
Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。彼の調達した缶詰は、実は食材を用いたものではなかったのだと。
Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light that had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. Shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. Stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? The superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. Oh. I guess Mion's line is glitching. In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to examine pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village, and the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Keiichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. It used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. Good lord. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their bodies get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that in a documentary one time. It makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
宗平がいた部隊は、より現実的で温情的な研究をしていました。それは、戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
Military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistance is lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
Raina and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
そう。彼らは通常は食しないものを食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。彼らは時には敵の、時には望まぬ食物をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を過去のことで蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ世間の噂がどうあれ、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんには、どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
もうやめてよ、みーちゃん。気分が悪くなってきた。
Raina really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあ、その、ミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は？
真偽はわかりません。晩年まで宗平は世間の風評を否定し続けました。ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、その疑惑を真実のように面白おかしく書き立て、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。また、子供たちが生やし立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
Damn. Stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless, sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母は、ある時、村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, What if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に石を投げられたら、4人で石を。8人に棒で覆われたら、16人で追い返し。30人に中傷されたなら、60人で怒鳴り返せと。
Finally, the children asked, What if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたなら、ひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは、決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は、園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
Yup. Recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue. That the people of Okinomiya avented their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。もっとも、その平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など、揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかった、ということです。
Oh, okay.
それで、お社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows in from the outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
So she does have the tattoo then. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよ、みーちゃん。見せる必要なんて全然ない。
ありがとう。
With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onigafuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Reina wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured.
この5年間の連続事件ね。私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。あるとすれば、私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion. I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Reina's ringing voice filled the room.
でも、みーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺したんだよね。
The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でも、とにかくみーちゃんは、リカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺した。
Yeah. That's... Yeah, no. That's too... No. Those were like just children, dude. There's not really any good reason to kill children. At all. Reina's words were more biting than any I'd ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
So you killed her for changing a fucking lock. Are you serious? Like, are you dead ass right now? You killed a child for changing a lock. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Dara. How are you? I was so engrossed. Oh my goodness. How are you, Dara? Let me shout you out real quick. Give me a second. SO at VT. There we go. Guys, please go follow Dara. She is an amazing VTuber. She streams a lot of Final Fantasy content as well as Kaizo Ironmon. Very entertaining. Please go drop her a follow. And what do you think of Higurashi thus far? Well, I'm only on chapter 2, but I am really liking it. I've really enjoyed all like the mystery and horror and like I don't know, it's really good. This scene in particular is really strong where we're learning of the deep history of Hinamizawa and just seeing Mion confess earnestly without trying to run away and stuff is pretty good. It gets better. Oh my goodness. I mean, I guess I could imagine so. Good lord. But I don't care what kind of reasoning Mion is trying to make. She not only killed her friends, but fucking children over protecting a storehouse. That is not excusable. My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death accidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, If it's this difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with old man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャも、できることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
本当ですね。
Oh! This old man. Is he the reason why Mion always refers to herself as this old man? She kind of picked up that habit from Kichiro, maybe? That's what I'm thinking, at least.
君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。にゃーにゃー。
Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は、綿流しの祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。賊は4人。その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now, I had decided that it was Mion's fault. That she killed Rika-chan and the others. I mean, it still is. Like... Oh, Soldier, you redeemed a hydrate, sorry. Hold on. I get the logic that Keiichi's going by here. But, like... that doesn't make it right to kill them. One of them was a child, and one of them was an old man. And another was a child that didn't even have anything to do with it, and was killed purely because she was getting suspicious. And she killed her sister, so, yeah. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me. No, it honest to God wasn't, Keiichi. That's not how that works.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
That's not how that works.
ケイチ君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Oh my god! Fukitos, are you fucking kidding me? Fukitos. G Docker, hello. How are you? What the? I don't know what to say. I was just watching quietly since some lives ago. Oh wow. I really appreciate the lurk, G Docker. Sorry if I brought attention to you. I know some people aren't okay with that, so I just wanted to thank you for watching. Sorry about that, but well, same. Sorry, I don't mean to bring attention to the lurkers. Sorry, it's fine. Okay. Oh my god. Leafy getting the shit beat out of him. Honest to God. I really appreciate the sub. Yes, I really appreciate all of you. Fukitos, thank you so much. Oh my... Why am I actually crying right now? Oh my god. Thank you so much, Fukitos. I really appreciate it a lot. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, let me go on. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If, at the same time, I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. Of course, I really enjoy your stream and want to support you. Thank you. Sorry. Just thank you. I don't know what else to say. I really appreciate it. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much, Fukitos. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always did. Keiji, it's not your fault. If by shedding tears, I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Yeah. Yon gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。そんなもの全部投げ出しても、私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。私がそんなものに屈したから、あの二人を殺してしまった。それは他でもない、私、園崎美音が殺したということ。
On God, bro.
私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。
Yep.
私が殺した。園崎美音がこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も。
God damn, dude. Her masochistic laughter was sad. especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でも、みーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
え？
As I looked at her surprised, Reina stuck her finger right at my forehead.
圭一くんだけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら、造作もなかったろうに。でも、殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. It's probably because she loves Keiichi. They've been drawing a lot of attention to that since the beginning of this chapter. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason, I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。
It's kind of obvious.
鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
そりゃ、どういう意味だよ。
Oh, come on, you brick. Keiichi, you freaking brick of a person. Come on now. You know why. Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Reina didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Reina's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
Oh.
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
Yep. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな。
30分でいいから。
Huh?
ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Uh-oh. No, 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 don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. She's gonna kill us. I don't trust that. No, 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 no. Huh? My name suddenly came up. And it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチくん。どうかな？ケイチくんが嫌なら、無理にとは言えない。
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands. It was me, and me alone. In fact, me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be. If I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others, the only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins that Mion shouldered. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Damn it, Keiichi.
いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ。ケイチくん。
Reina stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
Reina could never omochikairi. I'm sorry.
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Reina's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ、行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Reina silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
ああ。
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短気を起こさないように 見張ってね。
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Reina had already thought that far ahead.
ああ。そんなこと、絶対にさせないから。
Reina rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ、言ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared at the front door. I could clearly hear Reina sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは、鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは、仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でも、あんまりにも、かわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Scene change. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left. Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning red all at a time like this? Oh, you know why.
腕、組んでもいいかな。
Oh. It was such a modest request.
別に構わないぞ。
With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm.
私に腕を組まれたら、なんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば、急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかな、なんて思ったりとか。
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back when nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort. I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンも、ケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは、仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは、自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？ そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんな、よくわからない関係だね。
多分、それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのを、すごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？双子なんて、昔は人をからかったりして、そこそこに面白かったけど。こうして、互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今では、かえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days, when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it would caress the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンは、まだ生きてる。
Oh!
本当か？
Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうと、ずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど。
Oh shit.
今日まで、その方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also, deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting
Wait,
for.
what's this all about? Wah! Soldier hype at the fact that Shion's still alive. Oh god. That actually caught me by surprise. I was just honestly thinking, okay, yeah, Shion's just dead. Well, that's good, that's good. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths. But she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。
Oh shit.
私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。
Oh no, I don't know if I want to see this.
でもそれはケイちゃんにとって、この上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
Yeah, probably. I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it.
すでに起こり、終わってしまった事実だけれども、ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならば、ここで待っていて。私の手で、すべて終わらせるから。
I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Reina had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって。俺にとっての園崎美音は、最高の親友だ。それは変わらない。一生。
The treetops softly swayed in the wind.
あんたもレナも、どうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question. But today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking. Into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills that had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入れば、その美音はきっと。
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎美音は、俺の最高の親友だ。
I clenched my fist. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど。ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
I knew it.
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. That was the smell of a corpse, and that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. It passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. It passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpiled during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dug-out bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch-black darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somehow, giving it a very mysterious feel.
細具殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて、鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。そういう道具だった。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢で殺せるなんて思えない。
だから、園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように、秘密の場所を。
Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
Jesus. Oh my god. All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. Yeah, these are like... I was gonna say, it does look different. Because, like, it looks cleaner. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained, and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceilings were covered in the kind of tiling you could see in bathrooms. And there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは、犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。綿流しは見せしめの章だったから、私のご先祖様たちは様々な章を考案してたんだよ。
She said that Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。綿流しは見せしめの章だから。客がいなきゃ意味がない。
I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, and I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで、私が殺した。
God.
見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
え？観客？
私という鬼が、ミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that the bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small, barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
したい？
I grimaced at her having said it out so outright.
ああ。そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから、井戸に捨てちゃったよ。ごめん。
So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend. I don't know about that at this point.
ああ。言ったさ。
Hold on just a second, guys. I gotta take a very, very, very quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Oh. And I'm back. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well.
シオンシオンか
ケイちゃん。ケイ
Oh my god.
ちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫かシオン怪我はしていないのか
Whoa, what's happening? Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Oh, right. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着けシオンもう全部終わったんだ全部
I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams. Understandable, honestly.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？
God.
誰の死を見るのは嫌。私が憎いなら、早く私を殺してよ。憎いのは私なんでしょ。早く殺して、殺して。
落ち着けってシオンもう終わったんだよ大丈夫なんだだから落ち着け
Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. Gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder. Quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
Wait, what? No, I knew it! I fucking knew it! She's gonna kill us! She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed.
もうやめて。ケイちゃんを殺さないで。ケイちゃんは何の関係もないでしょ。殺すなら早く私を。私を殺してよ。
Well, I knew this was gonna happen. Or something of this manner.
そんなに死にたければ、この男を殺した後にゆっくりとひき肉にしてやるよ。古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつ。
Oh, God.
ガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き器はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。それとも、それでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな？
おいいい加減にしろ
She's not playing around, dude.
今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ
I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around... Oh! Oh my god! Mion's mouth, so much so that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. Oh god, the OST again! I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? But BAM! I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength of my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then, my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen down onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake, and couldn't listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening. You would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears, or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it was annoying, nor did it interest me.
さーて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。
Damn.
そうだ、釘台なんかどうかな。
Jesus!
あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。
Oh.
あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to the prison cell again.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい空威張りには虫唾が走ってたんだけど、やっぱりそういうあんたが一番似合ってるよ。ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから。どうか、ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her old sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。はいはい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私も これまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。そうしたら、ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant lion's expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
そんなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？こんなんじゃダメだね。やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ！
Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion.
ろくろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。いいね。
ありがとうございます。お姉さん。
God damn. Shion's miserable words cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized there was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. Okay, Casey! However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかな？ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたなら、あんただけを殺してあげるから。
はい。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さ、やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。
園崎シオンは。
I ran over to Shion's cell earlier. Had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
園崎シオンは、ミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない。醜く、情け知らずな、愚か者でございます。身の程をわきまえず、お姉様に働いて、数々の無礼を、思えば、
ほらほらその調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. Shion is still holding Mion's. No, That thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up!
生意気だったこれまでを反省し一生ミオ姉様に忠誠を誓いますですから
Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. It was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it, and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire.
いいよ、もう。十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again, after I finally got the feeling of my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様
Well-timed divine boom. Thank you, Fukito.
殺すのは私だけその人許してあげ
安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
Oh no. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands, and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
聞こえるかい、シオン。これから始めるよ。ケイちゃんの若い悲鳴をたっぷりと楽しみな。
Oh god.
いい加減にしろ。
Oh shit! Feeling in my body returned, and the fist action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。あたし、さっき嘘をついたね。シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。
Yeah, I figured that much by now.
あれが嘘。
Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks with the kind you'd see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ、私がミオンじゃなかったら、私は誰なわけ？
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！ミオンを返せよ！俺の最高の友人だったミオンを返せ！
Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way. There was no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It had all been the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked.
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎美音に殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だが、お前が何を言おうと、俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け、鬼め！
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり
No matter what, I wouldn't lose to the laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart, so that the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion and I saw in front of me, would be able to hear.
頑張れ、ミオン！こんな、鬼畜生に負けるな！本当に強い！お前の力を見せてくれ！
Tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよ、ミオン！ミオン！どこで、お前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ！お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ！負けるな！戦え！戦え！
Fuck. Ellen, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
お腹の筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上に、シオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
どうしてこんなことに。
I gotta head out soon, but I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Fukitos, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much for everything. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I know I can't express myself well, but I want you to know that I am genuinely thankful for everything. Just for you being here and all of that. Thank you.
Meow!
Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were the tears of regret that Mion had lost the demon. Yet, a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining, little by little. By the time I'd realized it, one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity that the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私は、それを理性で抑えつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも、本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼は、ある小さなことをきっかけに、また目覚めてしまった。それは、何に原因があったと思う？
There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes.
わかる？
I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたがすべてを狂わせてしまった元凶。
Tears welling up in her eyes, spilled downward all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、すべては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
Nice way to victim blame, dude. The doll I got. That doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいに、パタパタパタと、いろんなものが倒れ始めて、収拾がつかなくなってしまった。 はじめの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
そんな、俺が。
Fuck.
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。これで十分？メイドの土産は。
Over a fucking doll? Yeah. Sure. A mistake that I'd made on that day is what messed everything up.
そんな、嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。でも、紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。あの時、あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I wanted to say, like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Reina had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh God, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today, I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going in the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Reina told me at the time. Now she, herself... No. The demon was telling me. Is this the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured? To die altogether? Could no longer hold back the hot tears pouring out from me. I simply just cried and cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？この拷問はね、とってもシンプル。左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。順に親指まで打ったら、また小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Mion pressed the tip of a nail to my left pinky finger. My wrist, my arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt. I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
It will save the demon, and do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないんだろ。気の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪には、それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんた、この後に及んで、自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、気が済んだら、もうお前は消えろ。その体を、ミオンに返してやってくれ。それだけだ。
あんたって人には、命乞いをするとか、そういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
約束。2つじゃなくて、3つにしていいか。3つ目は、俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分、私は約束を守らないよ。鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recalled tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay. Do it. I've prepared myself already. So do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん。今の3つ目の願いだけは聞いてもいいよ。
My third wish. To save me. She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い。シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い。この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
そんなことはない。ミオンは、ミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて、考 悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
Myeon gently closed her eyes and listened. Definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual store. Let's go!
帰りが遅いから、レナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。
Let's go!
あのぼやーっとした感じの子が、こんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
Let's fucking go, Reina Pog!
それについては同感だよ。
Myeon grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ？本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんで、かなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき、俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal on my neck. Slam! I heard a roar, as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるから。ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても、俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても、近寄らないでね。
That's for goddamn sure.
それは、私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you even talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibon City, XX Prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki, 1X years old. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19 and June 21st. Oryo Sonozaki, she kidnapped Oryo? Shion Sonozaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo, imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maibara and Reina Ryugu. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the 4 missing persons, Oryu Sonozaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains were still not been found. At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person, believed to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after-effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. Keiichi. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates, whom Reina had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. Hey, Sugar, are you already done streaming? I was planning on raiding you. But hey, welcome to the stream. Most I had was the small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital. Oh, thank you for hydrate. Still haven't added that mochi redeem. Thank you. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all kinds of questions. But I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered them. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. Thank you, no problem. Yeah, I felt a bit sick today. Aw, well, I hope you recover. Don't want my friends to be sick, so it was short. I hope it was a fun stream anyways, even if I couldn't raid. I had a headache, so I just took an Advil. Oh, okay. Hopefully that'll bring some relief to it soon. You know when you're gonna have that mochi. There are apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all this misfortune was that Shion had been safely recovered by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion and everyone she saw. I'm saving my points to toss mochi at you. How are you today? I am doing really well, but I'm also really sad at this story. But I've had so many people come in and be supportive and amazing today, like Fukitos. I've been having like crying fits out of joy, from what? Well, not from this story, but from like the support. From what he heard, she was seeing me on and everyone she saw. Hated not only hospital, but even her own home. And she had shut herself somewhere up in Chichibo and hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment. Since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices, hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling that I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in these underground passages. Secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to the basement again, too, for an on-the-site inspection or something, but I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterward, the Sonozakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However, much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. Was it hush money?
そっか。引っ越しちゃうんだね。
Yep.
いつ？
来月の終わり。ひなみ沢には結局、半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。
No.
私一人しか残らない。
Raina smiled sadly. If I had just said, yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there, where she had disappeared to? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Hey, Icy! What's up, buddy? Oh wait, I've got to do a couple shoutouts. Oh wait, shit, I typed that wrong. Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. There we go. So, people who have died so far, and these are confirmed deaths, this isn't just demoned away or some BS. Rika, Satoko, the mayor, Oreo, Oryu, however you say your name. Oreo. I think that's it. But, and obviously Takano and Tomitake. Wait, hold up. Yep. Must also have been waiting for the day Reina and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. Rewind it. You said who died? I said Rika did. Rika and Satoko, both of them died. Mion killed them. When I told Reina that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from the single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. Oh hell no, where is this bitch? She must pay for harming Rika. Well, she escaped. We don't know where she is. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest. There was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experience of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As somebody was one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. And beyond any doubt, will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before, her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated the doll. That's right. The doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something, and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the The first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity, with it on the desk so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. It was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops. It was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back to my futon. Plonk. Noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there wouldn't be a third. There would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Would it be at a time like this? I quietly peek out front through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. My eyes weren't deceiving me. That person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. But my eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion! She was alive! Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a God, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we saw each other. I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house.
Mio!
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion.
お前、こんなところをうろついてて、大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
それより、どうしたんだよ。こんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I thought it to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね。もう、ここにはいられない。
The pain note was beginning to enter her words as well. As if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで、頑張ってきたけど、自分でもわかるの。もうダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えは、もうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Mion's smile crumbled, started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。そうだ。俺、ミオンに。
To give you, Mion. Stall. I had wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. Just messed up her name. But this last thing, it... What? My stomach is burning. Yep. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me. And pushed it in tight. Took it, twisted it. Did Mion just murder us? Yep. On? Hey, what? It hurts. He's just stuck in an infinite death loop like Diavolo. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot, it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it and took a few steps back and cackled. Mion's evil laugh as goals. Oh my gosh, Sugar. Last words Mion left me with that day came back to me.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
From today on, even if my body is here, my body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. The demon. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought for Mion, dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more. And the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or cursed? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood, I'd ruined it. I think I mentioned it, the crown but yeah, same creating kinds. Yeah. I'm planning to read it soon. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in the Hinamizawa village, Shishibon City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death. He's alive?! The criminal fled the scene. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibon City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sonozaki. Oh my god. Also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. Oh god. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time, and testified that he had heard what sounded just like two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said incident's suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt, based on a particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide. God damn, dude. How did Katie live? Can someone explain that to me?
本当に5分だけですからね。刺激しないようにしてください。
心得ていますよ。
Clack! The door opened, and as I expected, Oishi-san came in.
どうも前原さん。ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか？
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
こりゃ手厳しい。
As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Has Oishi ever killed the main character? Well, this is my first playthrough. I don't know yet. I don't know who kills what, so I don't know, but I hope not, because Oishi's my man. All right, I trust Oishi with my life. Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん、悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ。5分でいいから。
Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑やかなことで。ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
大石さん、5分ですよ。できれば、これが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This was a large university hospital in Shishibon City. It was a splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか？
さあ。俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and were living in a new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。
Oishi, man, you just fucking hate my guts, bro, don't you? I guess, I mean, probably. He probably does. Oh, Lord.
仕事柄とはいえ、心苦しいですよ。なので、今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほら。
Oishi-san pulls open the can of cookies and... Ah! Ow! I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、いろいろと持ってきましたよ。ほら、よりどりみどり、野原は黄緑ってなもんです。さあさ、好きなだけ持って行っちゃってください。
Wait, whoa, 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 hold on! He's a kid! Whoa! Whoa! Oishi.
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。
Yeah, come on, bro. I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
持って帰って持って帰って。いってててててて。
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたらさぞやご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。
Oishi is strange, yeah?
こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。世の中には看護師さん以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。
Thanks, bro, I guess.
今から専門を決めないで幅広く。
Oh my god.
オールラウンドに行かなくっちゃ。
Gave Oishi-san's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. Does he?
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities. Accident, suicide, and homicide. But it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も前原さんと同じ意見です。
The criminology guys need to go to a different field then, because they are fucking stupid. How could they think that was a suicide? Even if they knew nothing of the situation, there were literally people in that apartment that said, yeah, it sounded like someone was fighting. Come on, bro.
シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。 それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。
Oh.
はい。実は、見つかったんです。
Oh!
あ、て。
Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下。隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
Oh.
前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
Yep.
そうですか。
That sliver of hope, that possibility I'd believed in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive, just from the fact their remains hadn't been found. Gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古井戸に抜けられましたね。
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底に？
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下に、コールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
全員見つかりましたか？
I hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい。全員。それどころか、死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。
Oh my God.
最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。泥を全部吸い出したら、一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件も、これを機に全部解決するんじゃないか、なんて言われてますよ。
After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さん、 ご存知ですよね。
もちろん。仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Rika had diabetes? Rika-chan has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、注射器が見つかりまして。
Wait, what?
破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして。本当にご存知ありません？
Oh, so he was asking something like that. I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her. The syringe is sus.
園崎家は本業の方、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね。その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
There was also the syringe in part 1.
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか？
いえ、そうは申してませんよ。ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
Yeah. I have no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼びましょうか？
大丈夫ですから。話の続きを。
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
Rika-chan.
リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。今、村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と、殺してしまった園崎家とで、実効支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a bit longer.
そう？手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son like that.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん。ミオンは今、どうしてるんです？
I wanted to just hear the answer and then get rid of him.
それを話す前に、前原さんに一個だけ。本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
何ですか？
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。これ、いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、 場合によっては、捜査撹乱と見られて、告発される場合もありますからね。
Oishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん。シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して。ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. What? Oh, right. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened.
つまり、壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですから、この騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば、園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなの、ミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ。だから、つまりですね。あなただけが、あの晩、確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した、唯一の人間ってことになるんです。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのか、よくわからないんですけど。
At that point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. Check. He lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎ミオンに刺されたんですか？
Yes!
はい。間違いなく。
The smoke Oishi-san breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the wind.
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。 看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は、園崎美音も、井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
Huh? Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. What? What? Wait, whoa, whoa. What?
転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。シオンさんと同じにね。首の骨を折って。あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎美音は隠し井戸から外へ逃れようとして、足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるで、そこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
Wait. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
それじゃあ、おかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認されました。あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
So did Keiichi stab himself then? My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った園崎美音なのに園崎美音じゃない何者かですよ。
Huh? My mind had become a complete mess. I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美代さんの詩覚えてますか？
え？高野さん？はい。確か、遠くの山の中で、焼け死んだって聞いたような。
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かってます。検視したのは弁慶さんなんですけどね。これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me I was even more on top of that? I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was telling me.
この死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。つまりどういうことか。これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが、 あなた、綿流しの番。高野美代さんに会ってますよね。
Right.
合ってます。
その前日、お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ。合ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことは、お祭りの前日の晩には、もう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
Huh?
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でも、あなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんはもうお亡くなりになっていたのです。
The origin of all that happened. The beginning of everything. Our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world.
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。ですので、今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
Oishi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思って来たつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Infinitely more baffling. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで。その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
Oishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
Slam. I listened to the tap, tap, tap of Oishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me? What was over? Nothing was over. The incident still continuing. What the fuck is that? Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell. Oh, you have got me so fucked up. What the fuck is that? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell nah. Dude. Dude, you've got me so fucked up right now. Chat. No, 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 no. 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 No, what is that? No, what actually is that?
What the dog doing?
Shut up, soldier. Then, Slip, an arm covered in fresh blood, came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. Ow! This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。
Oh no.
だから言ったでしょ
Oh no, 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 no. I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice.
なんだ、ミオン。何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。
Oh God.
今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだよって。
そうだな。言ってたよな。ごめん。ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオ。俺、今、こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日、ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども、明日以降もここにいて、普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後で、それが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない。死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオ、そして俺で3人目。な？面白いだろ？笑えるだろ
？Dude.
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あんまり面白くなかったか？
Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard, as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
Honestly, this plot is really ramping up. I know, right?
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable, but I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. Couldn't even twitch. Fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist Oh my god! And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail pressed against my left pinky fingertip. I fucking hate this dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mion's forehead was split open, and with a face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up, just behind me.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。この事件は何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰か、この事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しい。この事件を終わらせてください。それだけが、俺の望みです。
あの時、一つ叶えてあげたでしょ？今度はダメ。
Yon firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air, and... Bro, you really gonna end it on that? No fucking cap, bro. Oh my god. Shut up. Not another of these all-cast reviews, bro. Bro, these are so fucking goofy. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? Alright, let's peep this. What do we got to talk about this time?
日暮らしの泣く頃に水、綿流しを最後までお楽しみいただき、誠にありがとうございました。
Good to see you, Reina. And yes, still. Jeez, Mochi, still? Yeah. Are you still on your date, Golden?
今度のシナリオはいかがだったでしょうか？
Terrifying. It was a good story. It's a good story. Don't get me wrong, Reina. Don't get me wrong. But you've terrified me. and I don't forgive you.
ちょっぴりでもお楽しみいただければ幸いです。
Now listen.
ちょっぴりも何も。
Me too, Satoko. Me too.
また。
Not again. Not again.
大大バッドエンドですわ。
It's always gonna be a bad end. I'm calling it.
プンプンでございますことよ。
Oh, welcome back, Golden.
プンプンなのです。
No, you're not.
いやー、みんなお疲れー。まあ、何？終わり方こそあれだったけど、今回のシナリオは事実上、ミオン編みたいなもんだったんじゃない？
Well, it was like a Mion/Shion chapter, kinda. I guess mainly Mion, though.
私大活躍で大満足。にゃはははは。
God dang it, Mion.
あんなの大活躍とは言いませんですわ。私もリカも殺されちゃったですのよ。
Yep.
しかもサトコはただのとばっちりなのですよ。
Yeah, what the hell?
あんな死に方嫌なのですな。ほら泣かないで。みーちゃんメインのお話だったように、さとこちゃんメインのお話もあるんだから。
Yeah, probably. So, chat, what did we think about Chapter 2 while we're going through this little review session? I guess this is a good time to ask chat's opinions. I really liked it. I feel like this was a lot better than Chapter 2. I mean, shit. Chapter 1. And I feel like it had a more horrifying ending than Chapter 1 by far. I like Chapter 2, yeah. It has a ton of dark moments. I was surprised, honestly.
今から楽しみだね。
きっと聡子がひどい目にあってじわりじわりといたぶり回される話に違いないね。
Come on, Leon.
そんなの嫌。
Creepypasta. Oh!
みーちゃん、悪ふざけが過ぎるとレナもちょっとだけ怒るよ。みーがぺったんこなのです。なでなでしたくても頭がわからないのです。あ、膨らんできましたわ。無節操な体ですのね。
Hey!
やあみんな。
What's up, Tomitake?
お疲れさ。
Don't they all have a flat chest?
また遅れて申し訳ありませんね。
富武さんに大石さん。どうもお疲れ様でした。あれ？高野さんとしーちゃんはまだですか？
もちろん来てますよ。
Oh, there they are.
今日はお招きいただきありがとうございますね。ここ座ってもいい？
ええ、どうぞですわよ。
これだけ一堂に集まると圧巻ね。どうかお手柔らかに。
じゃあ始めても大丈夫かな。これで全員かな。圭一を除けば全員なのです。
As usual.
ってことは、前原さんは相変わらず収録が終わってなくて、早々に次回シナリオの台本読みなんですか？
Yep.
気の毒な話ね。私たちだけで盛り上がっちゃ悪い気がするわ。
高野さん、そんなの気にしなくていいんですよ。こういう時は思いっきり盛り上がった方がかえって気を使わせないもんなんです。
それもそうですわね。せっかくこれだけ集まったのにお通夜じゃつまらないですわ。
じゃあ、圭一君には悪いけど、僕たちでやらせてもらおうか。
そうなれば決まりだね。じゃあみんなコップコップ。炭酸が嫌いな人いる？
大人の皆さんにはアルコールもありますよ。
リカちゃんは何を飲む？ブドウジュース？オレンジジュース？
みー。
で、
富武のと同じ泡麦茶がいいのです。こーら！リカちゃんもお酒はダメ！みんな、コップ持ちましたですの？早く乾杯しないとジュースがぬるくなってしまいますわ。
おねえ、温度は誰が取るの？レナ 後でいいでしょ。じゃあレナよろしく。
では、5本。みんな、綿流し終了。お疲れ様でした。
Yup.
お疲れ様でした。
What? Clap, 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 clap. All right, guys, chat, clap. That's chapter 2. Let's all clap.
じゃあみんな揃ったんだしね。また今回のシナリオを議論してみないかい？
Clap. Clapping IRL. What did I miss, by the way? A lot. I don't even know if I could give you a summary. I don't remember when you left.
そうですね。じゃあ、自由意見でいきましょうか。誰か意見のある人はいますか？意見も何も、今回のシナリオで謎はすべて解けたのではありませんこと？
Summary, what happened to Shion and such. Oh, Shion probably killed herself. Maybe. Don't know. I left when Keiichi and Reina were talking to Oishi. Yeah, so they confronted Mion. Mion was confessing to a lot of stuff, told us the history of the Sonozaki family and of Hinamizawa. She took Keiichi to the torture chamber where she was holding Shion. And then she tried to torture Keiichi, but Oishi and Reina and them came in at the right time and put a stop to all that. Was the creepypasta Shion actually Shion or Mion? Probably Mion. Yeah, probably. I'm saying probably because I have no idea, honestly. And then after all that, Keiichi and Shion get rescued, but Shion then later goes on to commit suicide ? And then Mion appears later to Keiichi after all this went down, and she stabs him ? I say ? because it turns out Oishi-san visits Keiichi in the hospital, and it turns out that Mion was dead as soon as the police arrived. As she was trying to escape, she accidentally fell in a well and killed herself. But Keiichi was sure that he had saw Mion and that Mion stabbed her. Just the killer, Mion the killer. We don't know. I'm honestly pretty convinced that it's a curse at this point.
犯人はミオンさん。
Was she though?
諸悪の根源は全部その崎家。
Pay attention to this review session because I'll probably summarize it more than me. Summarize it better than me.
それで決着でございませんの？そうだね。みーちゃんは犯人じゃないって信じてたんだけどな。
大甘ですよ。こんなのは前回の鬼隠しから十分予想できたことじゃないですか。むしろ予想通りすぎて呆れちゃうくらいですよ。
そうですね。前回のシナリオをプレイされた方の予想の大多数と合致するんじゃないでしょうかね。
みんなの期待通りの展開になったみたいなのです。じゃあこれで日暮の泣く頃にスイのメインシナリオは ほとんど終わりなのかな？
Nope.
すべての元凶はみーちゃんの園崎家で決まり？
Nope.
そうかしら。私はむしろこれで園崎家犯人説はなくなったと思ってるくらいだけれど。あ、高野さんと意見が合いましたね。私も同じ意見。私はタタリなんか信じないけど、でも少なくとも園崎家が真犯人である確率は薄くなったと思ってるね。
どうしてなの？だってみーちゃんがみんなを殺したって自供したじゃない。
そうですわ。私とリカを殺しておいて、今さら犯人じゃないなんてどういう意味なんですの？
別に煙に巻くつもりはないよ。たださ、私、ミオンが全ての犯人だとするには、いろいろと無理が多いんだよ。
Yup.
ちょっと考えればすぐわかるよ。
僕は園崎家犯人説の近からず遠からずに真相があると確信してるんだけど、ぜひミオンちゃんの説が聞きたいね。
ではご拝聴。ラストで私がさ、過去の事件に自分は全て関与しているって白状するでしょ。あそこで感じた大きな違和感が根拠かな。だって考えてみなよ。過去の事件が園崎家の起こしたものならすごいことだよ。だってどれもほぼ完全犯罪でしょ。園崎家以外の犯人や事故で決着するという究極の犯罪だもの。そりゃそうでしょう。だって大きな力を持つ園崎家が暗躍してるんだもの。完全犯罪なんてお茶の子さいさいでしょ。そこが違和感なんだよ。過去4年間園崎本家の気配を全く感じさせずに、あれだけ上手に人を殺したり消したりしてきたんだよ。そこへ行くと5年目の事件はすごくチープなんだよ。手当たり次第に片っ端から消して殺して、
Yep.
しかも園崎家とのつながりは簡単にカンパできちゃうしさ。
Yep.
そう言われてみればそうだね。過去の事件はたたりとも犯罪ともつかない不思議な連続事件だったけど、今回の5年目の事件だけはすごく乱暴だったもんね。
何を言ってるのかよくわかりませんわ。リカにはわかります？つまり園崎家が本当に犯人なら5年目の事件ももっともっと上手にやったと言っているのですよ。じゃあつまり何ですの？私とリカを殺したのはミオンさんではなく、ミオンさんに取り付いた鬼の仕業だったってことですの？ほらほら、やっぱり前回の私の予想通り、ミオンさんは悪い人じゃなかったのですわ。
そうそう。レナもサトコちゃんも何かが取り付いて悪いことをしてるって意見だったもんね。じゃあやっぱり私たちの説は正しかったのかな？
私も前回から引き続きたたり説ですが、今回のシナリオでさらに確信を深めましたよ。ラストのラストで私が明かす、目撃されていたにもかかわらず、その数日前に死んでいたという高野さんやミヨンさんの情報はまさにそれを裏付けると思います。
I mean, like, it has to be a curse.
あらあら。前回は弱かったたたり派が、今回はずいぶん強気ね。人間犯人説の皆さんには反論はないのかしら？
前回人間犯人説だったのは、確かみーちゃんにリカちゃん、それから富武さんでしたよね。では、張り切って反論をお願いします。
参ったな。うまい言葉が思いつかないな。
たたり派の根拠の一つが、合わない死亡時刻なんですよね。じゃあ、そのトリックを崩せれば、人間犯人説は立証できるわけですね。
If you could disprove it, yeah, maybe. Possibly.
お、シオンには何かいい反論があるの？まあ一応。でも私、人間犯人説ではお姉と同じ意見ですけど、園崎家が主犯だと思ってる点ではお姉とは違いますよ。それでもよければ反論してみせますけど。
なんでも結構ですわ。
What does chat think? What's the opinions of chat on the matter?
これがたたりじゃないというなら、その証拠を示してごらんなさいませ。
じゃあシオンちゃん、さっきから話題になってるラストのトリック。ミヨンちゃんは事件当日に井戸に落ちて死んでいたにもかかわらず、数日後に現れて圭一君とあなたを殺したのはどうやってなのかしら？
ズバリ、園崎姉妹共犯説です。理由は簡単。だってお姉はあの時点でもう死んでるんですから、ケイちゃんをさせるのは私しかいないんです。私がお姉の変装してケイちゃんを刺す。そして実質へ戻り、幽霊との取っ組み合いの狂言をして飛び降り自殺。
What?
強いて言えば、この場合のミヨンちゃんは泥をかぶる役だね。村長さんたちに直接手を下し、シオンちゃんはただの被害者の形にする。そして井戸の中に姿を隠していれば、変装したシオンちゃんが神出鬼没にいくらでも殺人を犯せるって寸法さ。
なるほどね。だとすると、ミヨンさんにとっての誤算は2つ。死体が見つかってしまったことと、隠れているだけのつもりが死んでしまったこと。ってことになるわけですね。
あれれれ。確かになんとなく辻褄が合うような。
でもやっぱり納得できないでしょ。
Yeah, what the fuck?
過去の完全犯罪の華麗さと違いすぎるもの。その計画、 たとえうまくいってもミヨンは悪役でしょ。一生隠れて、あるいはシオンのふりをしたりして生きていかなきゃならないんでしょ。窮屈すぎ。こんなの完全犯罪とは言わないって。
つまり、死ぬにせよ消えるにせよ、ミーはいなくなってしまうわけなのです。
リカちゃま、それいい意見。つまり、園崎ミヨンが表舞台からいなくなるのは、彼女らのシナリオの一部だと思うわけです。だからラストで、ミヨンはポンポンと過去の事件の罪をかぶるんですよ。全部の事件の責任を一身に引き受けて退場。そうすることで過去の事件の真犯人を隠蔽できる。つまり今年の事件はチープなんかじゃなく、過去の事件を丸ごと完全犯罪にするための締めくくりの事件、そういう位置づけになるのかな。
一番疑われている園崎家の若き当主が全てを自白して失踪。彼女もしくは園崎家以外の真犯人にとってこれほど美味しい結末はないってことになるのかしらね。
話が全然わかりませんのよ。
Me either, Toko.
ミヨンさんが罪をかぶるってどういう意味ですの？犯人なんじゃないんですの？つまりね、連続開始事件の真犯人が別にいるの。その人を守るためにみーちゃんが過去の事件もすべて自分が起こしたと嘘の告白をしたってみんなは言ってるの。
Oh.
これは劇中のセリフになりますが、とんだ名探偵さんがいたもんです。確かにちょっと説得力を感じますよ。
真の犯人をごまかすために起こした事件。それが私の推理。さらに言えば、その真の犯人は園崎家以外の存在だと思ってるんだけどね。
4年連続で完全犯罪に成功した謎の人物をさらに守るためにミヨンちゃんが起こした捜査撹乱の事件ということかしら。
I could actually kind of buy that a little bit.
そういうことです。鬼隠しのシナリオで名前だけ登場した監督ってのがかなり怪しいかな。
That's what I like. The director wasn't talked about ever again since then. I haven't been talking about the director.
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますのですよ。
Clap, clap, clap.
私はそれでも園崎家プラス姉妹が犯人だと思ってますけどね。御三家による古いしがらみを断ち切るために姉妹が起こした過去の清算のための事件。それが私の推理です。
過去の清算ってのはつまり暗躍の歴史に終止符を打つため御三家の罪を最後の当主のミヨンが全てかぶり姉妹揃って退場したってことだね。
そういうことです。 私たち姉妹が悩みに悩み抜いた末に選んだ悲しい物語だったというわけです。できすぎですね。
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますですよ。
Clap, clap, clap.
あれあれ？なんだかリカちゃんにも意見がありそうだね。リカちゃんもどうぞ。では、皆さんに質問なのです。ケイイチはどうして刺されなければいけないのですか？
Why did he only get stabbed? Why didn't he just get killed right then and there?
リカ、そんなのは決まってますわよ。入っちゃいけない細具店に勝手に入ったからに決まってますわ。
こうして思い返すと、他のシナリオでも死んだ富武さんと高野さんの死もきっと細具殿に忍び込んだせいってことなんでしょうな。
That's what I'm thinking.
ありゃ？
おかしなことになってきたわね。
おかしなことって何がですか？レナさん、そうですわ。思い出してくださいませ。そうなのです。例えば、鬼隠しのシナリオでは、ケイイチは細具殿には忍び込んでいないのに、命を狙われているのです。
True. Murmur, murmur, murmur.
それはきっと、ほら。ひなみ沢はよそ者を嫌うんだろ？だから圭一君も命を狙われたんだよ。
それはおかしいでしょう。だったらケイちゃんの両親だって襲われていいはず。
Yeah.
どう見ても両親に危機が迫っていたようには見えないね。
Oh my god. Welcome back, Ark. Holy moly, still going. What a gamer. I literally streamed myself and came back and you're still going. You're already done streaming? You were my backup raid. Because Sugar ended while I was still streaming too. So it's like, okay, I guess I'll raid Ark. And now you're done. I'm like wrapping up soon too. What the hell? Hey, what do you mean already? I went 3.5. There's no way. There's no shot. You're lying to me. It does not feel like it has been that long.
今回だけでなく他のシナリオでも。
We're in the review session for Chapter 2, where the cast talks about what happened in the chapter.
さあさあ、人間犯人説の皆様方。圭一さんが狙われる理由がちゃんと説明できませんと、人間が犯人とは立証できませんでしたよ。
でもたたり説だとしても、やはり前原さんが前回も今回も襲われる理由が分かりませんけどね。
I thought you would have wrapped up Chapter 2 an hour after I left. No, I'm a slow reader.
気で解明できそうだったけど、やっぱり謎はたくさん残ってるみたいだね。
圭一くん以外の人の死には何かしら理由が見つけられるんだけど、圭一くんだけなぜかいつも曖昧。鬼隠しでもたらい回しでも、そして今回の綿流しでも、西宮殿に踏み入るのとは無関係に狙われてる。
では、今回だけではなく、他のシナリオでも殺されるようなことをしちゃってるんじゃありませんこと？
なるほど。他のシナリオと今回の前原さんの行動に共通項が見つけられれば、それが全体の事件の謎を解く鍵になりそうですね。
ざっとシナリオを読み比べたけど、圭一君なりに日々を送ってると思うよ。西宮殿の一件さえ除けば、圭一君の日々の暮らしに不審な点は見当たらないけどな。
圭一君、今回と他のシナリオの時に何をやったのかな。
Trying to figure out what was going on, basically.
殺されるような悪いこと。迷った時には本人に聞いてみるのが一番なのですよ。
Yeah, put that motherfucker Keiichi on the phone.
ほほう。俺が一人寂しく次回の台本読みをしている間に、みんなはそういう話題で盛り上がっていたわけか。ほう。
というわけなの。だからね、圭一君の自分の胸に聞いてみてほしいんだけど。
ケイちゃん、殺されるようなどんな悪いことをやったわけ？
私にいつも働いている狼藉のせいに違いないですわ。
Don't know about that, Satoko.
僕に時々危ない視線を向けて妄想に浸っている顔はまさに犯罪者そのものなのです。
That is true for a different reason.
そうそう。年頃の女の子たちに囲まれて毎日幸せってのがそもそもの罪のような気がするな。
なはははは。それは確かに重罪ですね。前原さん、実に羨ましい主人公役ですよ。
Don't know about that.
たまには変わってください。
I'm not even gonna talk about how wrong that sounds.
まあ確かにあれだけ役得がいろいろあれば最後にちょっと刺されるくらいお安いご用よね。
というわけで圭一さん、あなたの犯した罪を思い出しまして。
今回も他のシナリオでも清く正しく生きてる俺がいつもラストはひどい目に。
It is what it is, buddy.
その上さらに自分の胸に聞いてみろだと。聞きたいのは俺の方だぞ。これは何かの謀略だ。
かわいそかわいそです。今度頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
今回のシナリオを読んだ上で改めて鬼隠しを読むべきかな。
I might do that on my own time, but not on stream. Ow, ow, ow.
私はミオンの立場になって綿流しを読み返してみるよ。ケイちゃんの立場で読んだ時とは違う発見があるかもね。
私は鬼の仕業だとずーっと思ってますのよ。すべての現象とトリックはすべて鬼で説明がつきますのよ。なんだかプラズマみたいなのです。
So what do you think is going on here? Oh, well, it's like Satoko said, it's a goddamn demon. We got a goddamn demon on our hands. Or like, it's a curse or something, obviously. Because like, even the times of the deaths didn't match up. I don't care for whatever bullshit theory that fucking Mion and Shion are like peddling. I'm still saying for sure it's a demon.
プレイしてくださった皆さんはどうお感じになりましたか？
Demon.
ぜひ先に進む前にいろいろと推理してみてくださいね。
My opinion is demon.
まだまだ先は長いですけど、頑張ってくださいね。
Will do.
それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に推をお楽しみください。
Yeah! Alright. And that is all of Chapter 2. It only took us, what, 5 hours? For the last little subsection. Ow. The left side of my chest is really hurting. Oh, goodness. Let's see how many chapters there were. Oh my good lord.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
That was definitely longer than Onikakushi, at least. Interesting. Oh my lord. Alright. What the... Alright, that's it for today. Let's find someone to raid. Okay. Man, I don't know who I want to raid. I'm only kidding, Ark, kinda. Who do I want to raid? Next time. Okay, you know what, chat? Give me a suggestion of someone to raid. Someone look at your follower list and tell me who to raid. Because I'm stuck. Abby Zab or Sanchino plays. Oh, I don't think I can raid Abby Zab. I'll try though. Raid Abby. Oh wow, that's actually working. Okay. Like 90% of the time, that usually doesn't work. Okay. So when we come into raid, this is our raid message, everybody. This is the greatest pair raid of all time. Alright, thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. I hope y'all have a lovely day. I'll see y'all next time. Might take a little day break for Chapter 3, but who knows. I'll see y'all later, and everyone have a good day. And don't forget the raid message. Bye-bye.